A belated but a very warm welcome to Mandalika in the gorgeous tropical island of Lombok. We are here, of course, for the LFN FIM Asia Road Racing Championship Round 4. That means this is the start of the second half of the season. And apologies for not having been with you this morning. In fact, we have no pictures now, but if you are keen-eyed enough and enthusiastic enough, you can enjoy following the map with the satellite tracker that you can see on your screen right now, and we'll bring you up to date with what's happened so far. This is the 7th session of the day out of 13, and as you can see, we are on board with the ASP 1000s. This is the free practice 2. In free practice 1, it was all about, once again, all about Hafiz Sharin. He recorded a time this morning of best time 135.9. He was the only rider into the 135s. Next best, only 3/10 behind, was Kito Abe, and Zakwan Zaidi a little behind him. So far, there's no time recorded in this session for Hafiz Sharin, so the look of this timing screen will be changing very shortly, no doubt, when he does make it to the track. But on top of the moment is Zakwan Zaidi, followed by Kito Abe, who is in second this morning. So you're live with me, Barry Russell, and Daniel Bogers, and we'll be bringing you the best of the action as best we can this afternoon.
Indeed. It's a different approach. So you guys are going to be watching the track as they run around, and yeah, well, it's been a telling free practice 1, I would say, for the ASB 1000s, and just in the fact that we saw Hafiz with the gap towards the rest. Only Kito Abe, as expected, again, not too far behind Hafiz. Similar pattern as well the last time we were here in Mandalika in 2025. Kito kept Hafiz busy, and Hafiz, unfortunately, in the second race had a bit of a spill, which allowed Azan Shah to come through during that time.
Yeah, a very, very popular win last August here at Mandalika. And who knows what's going to happen now, because if you've been following us this season, you'll know that Hafiz Sharin has won all 6 races from the 3 rounds so far. That's given him a healthy lead in the standings over Kito Abe, who has done his level best, picking up 5 seconds and a third to keep the man at the top honest. But it is Zakwan at the moment on a 137 who's quickest, so a long way off the time now. The session this morning was around about 10 o'clock local time, so 4 hours or so ago. It's a lot hotter now, Daniel.
Yeah, we're looking at about 30 degrees Celsius. The breeze is actually really nice, so when you're in the shade, it's really nice and cool, but the intensity of the sun, now that's why the track temps are about 58 degrees Celsius, and that is why Dunlop has brought in some new compounds for this round, as they did last season as well. And last season, no one really had issues with tire wear. They've been testing these much harder compounds in the Malaysian Superbike Championship as well. So we're expecting, of course, with the harder compound, you have slightly less feel, but then again, the Dunlops do tend to be quite predictable. And it's just a matter of the riders getting a bit more used to that feeling. Thankfully, last season we had no issues with tire wear or any tire-related issues here at all for any of the categories. And we expect more of the same this time, because Dunlop just keeps improving.
Yeah, that's right. The track surface here has given not only ARRC but other series as well some challenges in earlier years, but the tyre companies have grown used to it, so no issues this weekend. Well, I guess the main issue on track is just that we're next to the beach, so if you go offline it can be a little sandy, a little dusty.
Indeed. Yeah, that you can see. Well, if you ever come down to Mandalika, you'd see visibly where the dust is always sitting around, and That's just one of those things when you're sitting next to the beach. It quite literally is quite right next to the beach, and
Yeah.
it's one of those challenges. The wind as well. Talking to the riders yesterday, a lot of the 1000cc riders said that they've never really had too much of an issue with the wind despite strong gusts. I think it's more of an issue for the 250s and the 150s for sure, but on the thousands, I think there's enough weight. The aero as well is very, very good, so it's never been an issue.
Yeah, so just familiarizing yourself with the screen. If you're not used to using Speed Hive or MyLapse before, you can see the temperature information we were talking about in the top right-hand corner of the screen, and the numbers of the bikes moving around the circuit, which does give you some insight. It's not as spectacular as looking at the riders hanging off the bikes, but it does tell you what's going on.
Yeah.
And crucially, this weekend, can any of the Honda riders, or possibly even a BMW rider, start taking the fight to Hafiz Shirin?
Yeah, indeed. It would be a challenge. It would be something to look out for. Of course, when we talk about the best of BMW riders, we have to include Rocco Sessler right now. He also had a great announcement recently with Motorrad. So Rocco's a talent to look out for, but of course he is still a rookie and he needs time to form up well on this bike. But that being said, he's had some fantastic performances for such a young guy, a young boy at his age, competing in the Premier class in Asia and scoring big points.
Yeah, a fifth in round 2 at Chang International Circuit. But yeah, consistently there, and he's finished every race as well. So brilliant, and we have to keep reminding ourselves he's still only 17.
He is, yeah. Only turns 18, I think, in December.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, we did put out a profile of him that said he was 18, which he quickly clapped back at.
Yeah. Him and his father approached me about that. So don't get his age wrong, guys.
Yeah. So yeah, but at the tender age of 17, he's impressed BMW enough in Germany to be an official test rider.
It's a fantastic gig for him.
Yeah.
Yeah, another one that we're looking out for this weekend will be Josh Waters, who went okay in FP1, which is understandable. He's still getting used to the Dunlop rubbers, still getting used to a different regulation V4. Of course, he rides a V4R in Australia as well, but it's the different regulations do mean different parts, which means it's a different feeling on the bike. So he went decently in FP1. He's doing a lot better now. He's on 37.9 as his best lap. Only 1.6, well, just under 1.6 away from Hafiz's lap currently. So step by step for Josh.
Yeah, I would expect him to come into the 136s in this session.
Yeah, wouldn't be surprised at all.
And as you noticed earlier, Daniel, he was doing 2 laps, coming in, making some adjustments, going out again. So taking the the kind of clear-eyed, steady approach that you would expect from the 3 times ASBK champion, including the reigning champion for the Australian Superbike category.
I think these much hotter track times are the reason why we're still stuck in the 136 with Hafiz as well. Most of the riders is a bit more bunched up now, a bit closer, a bit more tightly gapped. Akarin having a better session. Kazuki Watanabe as well, a 37.7 this time round. So it only puts him 1.4 away from Hafiz's current 136.3. We do expect the Aprilia to have a decent run at it this weekend. It is a track where it favors bikes that handle very well in the turns and have good high corner speeds. So it's a good track for bikes like the Yamaha, which we do not have in this category, or the Aprilia, which should go decently around here.
Yeah, I think so. Kazuki Watanabe currently sitting 7th with the best time of 137.8. Now he's just ahead of Adananta Putra. Adananta, the sole Indonesian, amazingly, in this category, because we do have wild cards in the others. But Adananta, the sole Indonesian representative for Astra Honda, recovering from injury. He had an operation to repair a collarbone recently. So with the amount of moving around and changes of direction that he has to do around here, this is going to be a test for him on that big Honda.
He's going to be leaning heavily on that shoulder many times throughout this track, and he's going to feel that. So FP1 was definitely a test for him. FP2 currently is out after a 15-minute break. So he's going to, I think he's going to try not to work that shoulder too much in these free practice sessions and just save a little bit more for the race. That being said, as an athlete, you want to get as much mileage as you can so that you have as much data and the best setup possible. So for him, it's about finding that balance between getting that shoulder rested a bit and getting what he needs to find.
Yeah, he needs to get the strength back. And let's remind ourselves, Adelanta, he's been in this series for a long time. He's still only 22 years old, so he should be nice and rubbery and repairing quickly. I do hope so.
He's still made of rubber band. Should be.
Yeah.
Yeah, for now, a few riders coming out of the pit lane as well. Anthony West, who missed most of FP1, only did a couple of laps. He's out early this time. Kito Abe has just gone and set the fastest time at 136.2. So Abe, the first to drop into the lower 136.
Right, so good progress there. That's changed the look of the timing screens.
Yeah, just a tenth faster than Hafiz Sharin. So Abe's just come back out and he's done a good job already. So Sector 1 still lacking a bit from Abe. That's where Hafiz really makes that Ducati V4 sing.
Yeah. They're both doing 27 seconds through Sector 1.
Yeah, Hafiz is best in FP1 in Sector 1, if I remember correctly. It was a 26.6 or 26.7, so it's just where the Ducati really picks it up. But as of right now, still only a 36.3 from Hafiz, 36.2 from Abe, and 36.7 from Azrai. Azrai's been doing well so far. FP1, FP2, he's been up there. So it's much better for Azrai, who came in last season like an absolute machine and really started looking like he could threat the top positions immediately. And he did. He had a victory as well. But this season has just been a shadow of his former self.
Yeah, second in race 1 at Buriram, but 2 DNFs, unfortunately. So once again, he's been dogged by a lack of good fortune, let's say.
Yeah, it's a shame. Kito Abe on a slow down lap, it seems, so maybe he's setting up for another one, or he might be heading back into pit lane. We still have 11 minutes left, so we're expecting Hafiz has come out, so yeah, we're expecting Hafiz to have one final push, and actually the majority are heading out now for a final push. They should be good. Hafiz is still in pit lane, so it's only Kito and Hafiz, as well as Dr. Mike in pit lane. Joe Francis after FP1, we're not sure what's happened to him, but he hasn't set a lap time yet.
Yeah, and he had a rotten free practice 1 as well. He crashed on his 4th flying lap. I asked him where it was. He said it's on the fast left-hander, so I guess he's meaning fast left-hander at the back. So is that to an 8?
I think it might. Yeah, it's either turn 11 or 12, or yeah.
Yeah,
somewhere along there.
He was pointing vaguely out to the back of the circuit, so that's what I was thinking, maybe turn 8. But anyway, he had a crash, and he didn't know why. He said he wasn't pushing; he was just getting his iron, feeling his way into the session, and just tucked the front, which is a concern.
Bizarre,
yeah.
Yeah, it's not fun when you don't know why you've crashed. Like, if you know exactly that it's your input or that the bike was acting a funny way, then it's a bit more calm on the mind, but when you have absolutely no reason why that front tucks in, that is quite concerning. Because you just can't find a solution then.
Yeah, exactly. And West 139.199. They had electrical problems in free practice 1. In fact, all they did was manage to pick up a pit lane speeding penalty and didn't actually record a lap time. So,
he did at the very end.
Oh, did he?
It was far from what we expected.
Yeah.
I think it was like a 44 or 42. So he's doing decently better now. 39.1.
Yeah, but if the Yamahas that are down on speed are going to get some good results this year, then you would hope it's going to be here at Mandalika, because Sepang, big speed circuit, Buriram, stop and go circuit with long straights, Motegi, stop and go. This really is the best chance for a decent Yamaha result.
I feel like in Sepang it's still salvageable a little bit, because you got good sector 2 and sector 3 where they can make up the time. But yeah, those two straights, the back and front straight, that's lethal. When it comes to the Yamaha speed, it's just not up to par. And even more so when we go to Buriram, you have that really long run down into turn 3. And that's just where the Hondas and the Ducatis and the BMWs just start running away.
Yeah.
About 20 kilometers per hour of difference, nearly.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, as of right now, it seems that we have most of the riders out on track, except for Lachlan Epis and Rocco.
Yeah, Lachlan
and Hafiz as well. Hafiz still in pit lane.
Right. Lachlan having a bit of a quiet one after he improved later in this morning's session. Did a 137.1. 3 Australians here this weekend.
Yeah,
including a couple of venerable veterans in the form of Josh Waters and, of course, the great Anthony West. And the slightly younger gun, 27 now, Lachlan Epis.
Yeah, last year here we had the likes of Cam Dunker as well with Motogo Yamaha, and that was one of the better results for Cam. It was a track that he really liked and managed to adapt very quickly to.
Yeah, and he's had a good season in ASBK as well.
Fantastic season, and he's doing he did Moto America over the weekend as well. He's
yes,
doing
that's right, he did, yeah.
a number of rounds there with gosh, I forgot the name of the team, but it's a brother and sister duo in that team, and he's joining them in the super sports class aboard an MV Agusta. It's a surprising change of tides for him.
Yeah, well, we still tend to think of only of Yamaha and Honda, but of course, World Supersport, there's a little bit more variety.
Indeed. And a lot of Aussies heading now to Moto America, it seems, and ARCs as we can see here. Even Jake Page and Bodie Page as well. Two young, fast Aussies.
Yeah, the Australian season finished. It had nearly finished, didn't it? I think it's finished already. So yeah, Aussie riders looking for something else to do.
Well, it's good news for us then, definitely. I mean, get to see them back here.
Yeah. And yeah, it's not so far from Australia.
Indeed, yeah.
Lombok Island, if you don't know it, is one of the islands right next door to Bali.
Yep.
Which is a very popular tourist spot for Australians.
And that being said, if anyone's in Bali, you can still make the short hop over, take a ferry, take a flight.
Yeah.
And you can definitely catch the action tomorrow or on Sunday.
Yeah, depending on how you look at the map, it's. Oh, look at that! Do you know, I was nearly going to talk about Nakarin having been quiet today,
But
and there he is,
yeah.
resplendent in purple at the top of the timing screen. So he's now arrived at Mandalika. Best time this morning was 1:37.8.
Look at that, track time's cooling already. 57 degrees now. We started
Yeah.
at 59. So, I mean, that's how quick the sun sets around here. We're right about 2:15 p.m. So the sun's already gone over its midpoint and temperatures are starting to come down. But yeah, what left Nakarin though?
And yeah, that's really good to see because he's not really been where we would have expected so far this season. And yeah, talking about cooling temperatures on the circuit map, you can see turns 10 and 11 are almost on the beach.
Yeah, indeed.
And when you take a run around the track, as we may well do later, and as you did yesterday, Daniel,
Yeah.
you do feel the sea breeze.
Oh yeah, and it's
really nice and
lovely.
cool. Yeah.
So Kito Abe on the last lap, again consistent in the lower 136. That's the thing about Abe. He'll set a fast lap and he'll do it 10 more times.
Yeah.
So impressive. So Nakarin, after setting up fast lap, he had a slow down lap. So let's see what he's gonna do on this one.
Yeah, Kito Abe, the persistence he's shown this year really does deserve some reward. See the number 41 in purple there with another rider with him. Who's that?
It's Kazuki Watanabe.
Ah,
When it comes to the surprise, Watanabe always knowing when to find a little toe. Did Watanabe improve at some point? It's Watanabe did. Kazuki Watanabe 137.589. So
that's the second off his best time this morning.
brilliant.
Yeah,
Taking
and
it step-by-step approach. And
off the air we've been speculating about how the Aprilias might go here. Sorry, the Aprilia.
yeah, I was so happy seeing two Aprilias last time out. I was hoping they'd bring another one again, but
Yeah. But if you're going to only have one, then put it in the hands of Kazuki Watanabe.
Yeah. Such a brilliant rider and someone who a lot of teams have valued very highly. I mean, that's why he was selected for a Suzuki replacement ride at one point as well.
Yeah.
In MotoGP.
That's right. You can put him on just about anything and
Yeah.
he'll make it perform. Like some kind of super journeyman, really.
Indeed.
His CV is amazing.
Not to convince anyone, but if I was developing a superbike, he'd be the guy I go to.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, but look at the timings at the top three are gapped under 2/10, so that's much more like it. Azroy half a second away, Zakwan Zaidi 6/10 away, Rocco Sessler 7/10 away. Josh
Yeah.
has improved mega, 137.1.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
that's a lot better from Josh Waters, and also what we expect from him. 2 sessions in, and he's within a second, less than a second.
Yeah. I was perhaps expecting him to come into the 136s in this session.
Yeah.
He might just squeeze in. How's this lap looking?
It's a bit of a... Again, it's always sector 1 where he loses time. I notice everyone else, like even Nakarin managed at 26. Kito was close to it as well. Josh is just lacking a bit there. So we'll see how he completes this lap now. Just around the final turn now. So I don't think it's going to be much faster lap. I just heard the Ducati going past. What's it looking like for Josh? On that occasion, 37.8. So yeah, it wasn't a quicker lap.
Right. Checkered flag's going to be out
Kito Abe's done
in a few seconds. Yeah.
16 laps. Nakarin has done 20. Rocco is about to do his 20th lap as well. I think he's just coming up for a practice start.
Yeah. Nakarin always puts the work in, but yeah.
Josh is on a good lap. That's a decent sector 1, 27.2.
Okay, so let's follow the number 11 on this. This will be his final time around. The checkered flag's out now.
.3 in sector 2, so yeah, it's lacking a little
Lost
bit.
a little bit there.
is faster than the last lap he did, which was a 37.8, but don't think this lap will bring him to the 36 yet. Decent sector 3 though, so actually, yeah, I don't think it's going to be enough for a 36, but it'll be another low 37, which is again good progress for the Aussie that we expect to be very quick around here.
Yeah, for sure. And less than a second covering the top 6, so that's looking nice and tight. And it's Rocco Sessler who's the 6th quickest. 136.9 for the German. 136.083 for Hafiz at the top.
That Josh posted a 37.3, so again,
Okay,
not
so
bad.
Pace is good.
Yeah.
One more session to come from the ASB 1000s. It'll be the last session of the day. And the track temperature will be a lot cooler, so we could see some different times.
Alright, so we're going to conclude the free practice 2 session for the ASB 1000s, and hopefully we've got some good news to come very shortly. We'll catch you guys in a few.
Welcome back again to Mandalika. This is the free practice day for the first day of round 4 of the LFN FIM Asia Road Racing Championship. This is the Indonesian round. Of course, motorcycle racing has huge numbers of followers in Indonesia, so it's great to be back here. 4th year that we've been here. And the action gets hotter and hotter. It's an absolutely, now that we've got some cameras working, and when you get to see the sky, it's completely blue here, hot in the sun, cool in the shade, and when you get a breeze, because if you saw the camera of the track, satellite camera of the track, then you'll have seen just how close, particularly turn 10 to the sea. It's virtually on the beach, and you can see from the Indonesian flags fluttering there that the breeze is quite a stiff one. And so we are in the second session of the day for the Underbone 150s, and the fastest 12 on combined times will go through to qualifying 2 tomorrow, and everybody else will have to fight it out for 2 more positions in qualifying 1. Top this morning was Fadli Regani. And a beautiful shot there of the surf coming in when I was flying out yesterday morning. About half the people getting on the plane were loading surfboards in the hold, so a very popular spot for surfers here. The island being just next to Bali, a lot less crowded, a lot less, let's say, touristy than the island of Bali. And so here we have it. We have some great racing. We have some blue seas and blue skies, and the volcanic mountainous landscape of Lombok Island that you will see from different shots during the course of the weekend. And looking there at turns 13 through to 15, 14 there, and then 15. So gradually bringing in more cameras. The equipment arriving late, as sometimes happens when you're shipping stuff around Asia. 14th position showing there Daniel. That's Daniel Demar, who had a really good outing here as a wild card last year. And Ahmed Dawish Sahir. Currently in 21st for Uzi, but they'll be coming up the order very soon, no doubt. Shawar Shazras being the other rider. Just checking on the timings if we can. Sharol, the number 61, also down the order a little bit, but there's a wild card on top of the screens at the moment. Ilham Effendi. Oh, there is Shazras indeed. Just as I mentioned, didn't seem to bring him any particular luck. It could be a mechanical that's forced him to get out of the way. Yeah, it looks as though he's got a mechanical problem there with the bike. No crash for the young Malaysian. But that bike out of action for now. 13 minutes remaining in this session. The first session was very early this morning with much cooler track temperatures than we have now. The track is cooling pretty quickly at the moment. Yeah, now 55. It was 59 about 40 minutes ago. But LFN FIM, he's in for Yamaha LFN HP 969. So the scores, as you can see them right now, it's a 156 is the best lap so far, just over halfway through this session for LFN FIM. Best time this morning was a good deal quicker than that, 153 for Fadli Regani, and also for Dimas Julie. And then Daniel Demar this morning did a 154.2. So it looks like the time set in this morning's session will be the ones that carry the riders through into hopefully qualifying 2, but if not, then they will be going through to qualifying 1. Because of the much higher track temperature, the times in this second session aren't threatening those that were set this morning. And the 12th quickest time this morning was a 156.2. Sorry, a 155.4. And if we look at the times now, we're having to look at many different screens, so apologies for the sounds, but now Rendio doing 157.4 is currently in 12th. Rendy we'd expect to go really well here. Home race for him. Very quick, very talented, very popular Indonesian rider. So very much a home race for him. He did a 155 dead, best time this morning. So Rendy in for 4S1M, the Philippine-based Yamaha team. And he's alongside John Emerson and Gito. While we were setting up this morning, I had a chat with John Emerson and Gito, who told me that things were going reasonably well, but they do have a completely new crew in the 4S1M. Daniel's down in the pits at the moment, so let's go down and see who he's talking to.
So we're at the MS Globe for Men Racing Team Garage with Gary Salim. So Gary, it's a home run, it's a special one for you and the team. How are you feeling for this weekend so far?
Yes, so I'm so happy finally IRRC in Mandalika, and the target was we podium because we are racing a home race.
So it's been a pretty good start to the season for the first full season for the team. Are there any upgrades that you guys have brought in for this round 4 or not?
Huh?
Are there any upgrades that you guys have brought in for round 4?
Yes, also we focus for podium.
But what about for the bike? Are there any new parts for the bike?
In the FP we are still difficult setting for the suspension, but after FP2 we know the problem and we try in the FP3.
Thank you so much. Good luck for this weekend.
Okay, thank you.
Always good to hear from Gary Salim, former AP250 champion. Great to see him back on the MS Glow for Men Honda and hunting for a podium. And he does go well. He used to go well also in 600s. Several years ago now, it could have been in 2018. He had a double win in Supersport 600s back in the days when we were racing at Central Circuit in Bogor, not far from Jakarta. Now we were much further out. It's Timothy Rojas on your screen there, the number 78. So a few really good Filipino riders in this, I mentioned in this entry list. I mentioned John Emerson Ngito before. Timothy Rojas, and also got April King Moscado, who's in the Racetech Yamaha Philippines racing team. A shot there looking down at the pits. Ilham El Effendi remains at the top of the timing screen. Wayuaji Trilaksana for number 60. Wayuaji Trilaksana for HCS Young Star Kawahara Racetech 60. That's the team that he owns and manages. This is his fourth season running his own show. 33 years old now, Wayuaji, former 2 times Underbone ARRC champion. And just highlighting there that Ahmed Fazrul Sham is coming out on track into the latter end of his 30s, it's fair to say. Fazrul Sham still got a very nice turn of speed, but not getting the results so far. But you can never bet against him. .74 coming out there is, so that's 73, Kubita Krishna. See LFN, that's the yellow and pinky red machine you can see just coming out at the front of that group, leaving pit lane. When we catch the number, we can tell you who it is, and it is their wildcard rider indeed who's at the top, Ilham El Effendi. That's for, just to be exact, Zia LFN HP 969. Same team as defending champion Husni Zainal Fauzi, and former champion Kubita Krishna, who's also won a race this year. So Ilham remains at the top. A time of 1:56, which won't quite get him into qualifying 2. So that's the difference in times between this morning and now, at just coming up to 3 o'clock local time. Two time zones in Indonesia, such a vast archipelago that it is. Carter 1 hour behind these times. Through the heat haze emerges John Emerson Ngito, number 25. Let's go back to Daniel, who's in pit lane.
So I did two pre-practice sessions already. How are you feeling with your shoulder so far?
Yeah, still difficult because like the power also still I feel weak, yeah, and then because still I feel some pain, so when I try to push, especially when on the change direction, like on the first sector, in turn 7, 8, 9 was very difficult because, yeah, quite pain. So still I try to thinking how can I adjust to solve this feeling, this pain. Yes, and then yeah, this is my first time also in Mandalika using the ASB 1000. So I try to make the rhythm and then try to catch by lap to learn everything. So I hope I can always improve step by step. Yes.
That being said, in FP2 we noticed that the track temperatures went up until 59 degrees Celsius. So how was the feeling with the track temperature? Was it okay or a bit tricky?
A bit tricky, yeah, on the field practice too. Compare on the FP1 in the morning was, I feel like a bit better on the morning and a bit tricky on the FP2. Yeah, but everybody also feel the same maybe because the condition same, the track is same. So yeah, just keep going and try to find which point we can improve and adjust. Okay.
Thank you so much. Good luck for FP3.
Yes, thank you.
Just over a minute remaining on track for the second and final session of the day for the Underbone 150s. And Adib Arshad for the Malaysian wing of Uma Racing is currently at the top. Ilham Effendi down in third, and it's Akbar Abdul Afdallah, another Indonesian wildcard. The wildcard's swelling the field here by some 5 or 6 bikes. So much busier grid, 27 entries for this weekend. So 2 wildcards in the top 3. Adib at the top, then Akbar and Ilham. And it's Fadli Ragani who topped this morning's session with that 153. And quickest Honda, Ahmad Dawish for Uzi Racing. And then Nazrul Izzat, former champion, 2023 champion and teammate of Adib, number 27. 6th quickest, then Waiwaji just slipped back a little bit down to P7. This, you can see the checkered flag now is out. So this is the last time around for all of these riders. And such is the way that it goes with Underbone 150s. Everything comes down to the end, the last lap, the last corner. So a whole big group of riders, more than half the field, crossed the line within just a couple of seconds of each other. And it's Rendi Oding who goes to the top for 4S1M. And then Gupita Krishna just behind him, and it's a 150, crucially, it's a 154.6 for Rendi, which should see him go through to qualifying 2 tomorrow. So the lap times coming much closer in the end, the last time around. And we're going to go back down to Daniel.
So Lachlan, it's been a tricky day, but I mean with the strong winds and the really high track heats as well. How's it been out there for you?
Yeah, look, honestly, I don't feel the wind. One of the small benefits of being a bigger rider is I've got more weight to maneuver and fight against the bike. A little bit in the fast corner, you start to feel it on your neck because it really is blowing right into you. Temperature-wise, it's probably the easiest round we go to. It's still in the 20s, so it's quite nice. And coming from Europe, where we've been in a heat wave, I'm actually feeling quite cold. FP1 was pretty good for us, obviously. First time in a few months that I've gone over 100k an hour. Haven't ridden a bike that's fast since Motegi, so it was just getting back into it, and P5 is always a good start for us. In the second session, we're trying to obviously improve the bike and find the limits, and we actually kind of adjusted our tyre, the rear tyre, a little bit too strongly, and we were just rubbing against the rear swing arm. So I'm coming into the corners, and I couldn't get my head around why I was getting so much rear drag, and I'm like, our four-stroke, it's too much four-stroke, which means too much retardation. Turns out I was just having a bit of stiction there, so FP2 was pretty much a useless session for us, but again, it's the least productive. It's not any close to our qualifying or our race, so probably the worst one to mess up.
So you're mentioning about the tires reacting that way. We did see track temperatures going up to 59 degrees Celsius. Was that a result of that?
You'd have to ask a mechanic. It's possible. Obviously, in the heat, everything expands. So if we're running 3 or 4 mil of margin and the track temp gets up, and especially here, the tyre temp gets up to those fast right-handers, it's possible it expanded and it caused some dramas, but we'll just rectify it and make sure it doesn't happen for the rest of the weekend.
Well, thank you so much, Lachlan. Good luck for the rest of the day.
Thank you very much. Thanks, guys.
Welcome back to Pertamina Mandalika International Circuit here on the gorgeous island of Lombok in Indonesia. This is round 4 of the 2026 LFN FIM Asia Road Racing Championship. And we're delighted to be back here for the 4th year in a row. And thank you for bearing with us. We don't have so many cameras activated now. They're gradually coming in. And so by the end of the day, we should be up to full strength, but as I said, thank you for bearing with us. This is the second session of the day for TVS Racing International Championship. And on top of the timing screens currently is Spaniard Luis Miguel, now in his second season. And second on the screen there is Andoni Dominguez, the Nicaraguan. Definitely the first Nicaraguan into the ARRC in any championship. So look out for him. He's carrying the number 15. P3 there, you can see number 17, Warapong. He is the project leader. He normally comes out for free practice but won't participate further. And as like for Underbones, the combined times from the 2 sessions today that these bikes have will determine who goes through to qualifying 1B, as it's known in this championship, or who has to battle their way through qualifying 1A. Number 7 going through there is Rakshit Chahari Dave, having his best season so far. He's threatening and positioning himself strongly in racing terms in the second group. Number 11 you can see there is Pedro Matiz, sorry, the Portuguese rider, who's very, very quick indeed. Hasn't had the best runner results so far, so I think this will suit him. We've seen Kento Turner gesticulating to the rider behind him, just to, I think, stay back. Kento Turner, Japanese rider. Number 5 going through is Leandro Paredes, the Filipino, having a better season. A 20-minute session, 13 minutes remaining. And we now have this crucial corner, turn 17, covered by the cameras now. More gesticulating then, this time from the number 3, Luis Miguel. That is Vorapong, who started all this back in the beginning of the COVID times, so 2020, when he entered. He only had one race that season, but he entered one of these in the AP250 class, showed it was competitive, and the idea for this series was born, and it's gotten better and better all the way through, and we're seeing tight championship battles. Battle this year between mainly Ramdan Rosli, Sartak Chavan. So Sartak gave Ramdan a bit of a window for him while he was away competing in another championship for round 3, so he missed a round. And so we've got a mix of established riders like Ramdan, who was second in the championship last year, to the great Hiroki Ono, more of whom later, because he is currently racing in AP250s. currently second quickest, Sartak Chavan third quickest, Pedro Matisse, who in in round one of this season, which was at Sepang International Circuit in Malaysia, he scored a pole position. He didn't score in the races, which is why I was saying earlier, referring to his speed, but so far lack of consistency. Fifth quickest currently, Chirant Vishwanath. You had good results last time out in round 3, including a win, and he's looking confident and sounding confident for this weekend. Feels like it's his time. Leandro Paredes again, the number 5, just going through there at the front of this group. That group includes Luis Miguel, so it'll be good to see how Leandro Paredes keeps up in this company. Another young star to look out for. Currently 8th is Oratilwi Piri, 17-year-old South African. He's very much been making his presence felt. Tony Dominguez, the Nicaraguan, it's good to see him here again. He's running the number 20 and currently 11th quickest. John Lopez from Colombia, another South American in the series, and that's Chirant. Chirant running number 4 this season. That's where he finished in the championship last year. But Luis Miguel remains on top, 146.4. Daniel Bogas, who's been very busy this afternoon, giving me some welcome interruptions down in pit lane, is now back in the commentary booth, I'm delighted to say.
Yeah, it was fun having a chat with the riders as well, and seeing on how they were feeling, and yeah, interesting conditions that we've been having today. As you saw, track temps earlier, really spiking up quite a bit. Strong winds, but as Lachlan told us, with his form factor and weight, it's not been too much of an issue, but you do feel it on your neck, as you said, because especially when you're coming down into sector 2 and into sector 4, you're right where the wind starts hitting you, and you're gonna feel that. And I'd imagine a lot of riders have been doing F1 style neck training for this round.
Yeah, I would think so, and they're going to feel it a little bit more on these bikes as well, these lighter machines.
Oh yeah. I remember when I tested this bike over here, the winds weren't as strong, and you did feel the push from it. It's a bit alarming at first, but yeah, once you get going, it's all right. It's just something to factor in.
Yeah, when you don't go down, you realise it's okay, and you keep going. Yeah.
Luis Miguel looking very much at home here with the TBS bike. He's done not too far behind. Vicente Perez as well, no surprise there. Already finding some fast lap times. Same thing last time on Motegi. Really dominant showing in race 2.
Yeah, there is the number 19. He was second in race 1. He was really, really memorably unhappy to finish second in race 1 behind Chirant. But certainly put things to rights in race 2. So let's see what he does this time. Up into third now. As I mentioned earlier, it's combined times that will determine who goes into straight through to qualifying 1B and who has to fight their way through qualifying 1A.
Borpong, as always, doing well in these sessions. Always looking fit and at home on these bikes.
Yeah, it's always good to see him on Fridays, but that's about it. He goes back into his mentor, project leader, coaching mode for the rest of the weekend, but good to see him out there and showing his charges exactly how it should be done.
Vorbang also still actively racing in Thailand with his own team as well. Over there, he's added on a few more cylinders and he's riding a super sports bike. So he's always keeping fit and always helping TVS develop the bike further and further. And yeah, you can see how fast these bikes are getting.
Yeah, he's one of these guys. He can literally ride anything well.
Yeah.
Really good professional now in the autumnal stages of his career. It's fair to say, but building himself a very, very nice post-racing career.
Indeed. Yeah, we mentioned earlier about how Kazuki Watanabe is such a valuable rider to have for manufacturers to develop, and I think we could put Vorpong there as well for Asian teams and such.
Yeah.
Really done some great work.
Yeah, that's right. The early discussions of who would lead the TVS project came to an end very quickly when the TVS people met Vorapong.
Classy rider of Vorpong, and classy in the way he carries himself as well.
Yeah, real leadership. Yeah, he's a great example of what you can do beyond just riding in the sport of motorcycle racing. One or two others in this paddock we might have time to talk about later in the weekend.
Making move now is Vorpong. Fastest sector 1 for him. Sector 2 is decent, so he's on course to improve a little bit. And also in this lap not going much faster, but still a pretty hot lap coming in from Ramdan. Oh, someone's got really hot there. That is Chirant.
Yeah. He was sounding full of confidence in the run-up to this round after the win that he had in Motegi.
Yeah, Chirant has always had that confidence about him, and just unfortunate that we haven't seen the best of results from Chirant yet. It's good to see him grab a win already, so let's see how that changes it for him, because for a lot of riders, that one victory can really change your fortune for a season.
Yeah, third season now for Chirant. He's had a bunch of podiums during that time. But when you think about Indian riders that have come through this particular championship, you always think of Sartak Chavan.
Indeed. Yeah, he's done amazing stuff in CEV as well.
Yeah, it cost him some, well, potentially 50 points.
Yeah.
And he missed Motegi. Van Rosley didn't really capitalise on it as much as he might have done.
Yeah, it was difficult for Ramdan. A lot of riders stepping up to the plate in Motegi. Chirant, one of them, and Vicente Perez as well, putting another barrier between himself and the top scoring positions. It's been quite literally a difficult ride for Ramdan in this one.
Yeah, for Vicente, I'm assuming this is his first trip to Mandalika.
Yeah, I don't think he's done a Moto 3 round here yet. And Motegi has... Yeah. Don't recall Mandalika. But knowing the rider that Vicente is, he'll have no struggle at all.
Yeah, it won't take him long to learn the track. I mean, he's a rider with he's got the classic kind of Spanish swagger about him.
Indeed.
Where he knows in inverted commas he can win.
Yeah, very much. So the confidence that he carries is it's unbelievable. Yeah? Makes me wish I had that confidence.
Pedro Matisse doing a good job in this session as well. Number 11. He's due some good results. Get some results in that will match his undoubted speed and ability.
Yeah, Pedrinho Matos has been one of those riders that we've really looked forward to seeing big results from, but he's been there. He's always been in the front fighting group, and easy to see that finishing touch from him.
Well, he created enormous expectations by putting himself on pole position at Sepang in round 1.
Well, first timer in Sepang on a bike you're not too familiar with, that's not easy.
Exactly, yeah.
Yeah, we've had big expectations of Pedrinho. It will come. I do believe we will see a victory from him at some point.
Yeah, Oratilwe down in 11th. He's the number 10 at the front of this group. Oratilwe is his first trip here. Yeah, he made a wildcard appearance at the final round of 25 in Buriram. So this is his first time here. Talented, media savvy South African, 17 years old. Oh, and that's a big
crash.
one.
That looked like a number 9 of John. I'm not sure. Yeah, it is John.
Oh, good call.
That's
Unfortunately
unfortunate.
for John, yeah.
Fast crash for him, and it's good to see him getting up immediately, because that is a really fast place to crash.
Yeah, he needs a hand there. So, a little bit shaken there, I think. But up on his feet. That's the end of the session. And Luis Miguel managed to put himself on top and stay there. So, all credit to the Spaniard. I'm guessing the other Spaniard here, Perez, will be looking at that and thinking, okay, I'm supposed to be the number 1.
That is shaping up to be a really good race later on.
Yeah, so 146.462 is the best time by Luis Miguel. And then it was Ramdan Rosley who held that second spot also pretty much all the way through that session, just a few hundredths behind Ramdan. And then Vicente Perez Selpa, 146.534. And you can see, just looking down the right hand side there, just how tight these times are. Warapong 146.7, Sartak 146.8, Churant 146.9, Pedrinho just in the 146s, 997, and then into 147s, John Lopez Jr. we just saw come off there, Nakib Rifki. Like to see him a little bit more this weekend, 147.3, Jean Kento Turner, 147.3, 3/10 back, Oratilwe Piri. And then Andoni Dominguez, the Nicaraguan, definitely on his first visit to Mandalika, 12th. Then it was Leandro Paredes, the Filipino. India's Rakshit Chari Dave was 14th, and 15th was Fadil. And newcomer, Savion Sabu, did a 149. So that concludes. You can see the effect of the wind there on our cameras, just shaking around a little bit. And it's good to have things coming back quickly into shape here for our live stream this afternoon. We'll be back in 10 minutes or so from now with the third session of the day for the AB 250s. So stay with us. We are at the gorgeous Mandalika circuit in Lombok, Indonesia for round 4 of the LFN FIM Asia Road Racing Championship. Very warm welcome back to a warm and windy Mandalika circuit. Out on track now are the AP250s. This is their third practice session of the day, third and final practice session of the day for this large field. 31 bikes entered this weekend. Boosted, unsurprisingly, as we're in Indonesia, by some local riders, some very, very good local riders, it has to be said. One of the local riders, who is also a regular rider, is the number 222 there. Pounding the number 43, that is Fahmi Bassam, former Underbone 150 champion, now in 250s and doing a very, very good job indeed this season for Yamaha LFN HP 969. And ahead of them, we've got rather a good looking green Pro Power Antares Kawasaki, and there are two of them there, 3 entries this weekend. One for one for Antares himself. Yeah, that was that's one way of shaving a second off your lap time.
Yeah, if the stewards don't spot it. Yeah, Andy and Unai going at it.
Yeah, great to see Andy Fadley, 2 times 250 champion. Great to see him back in as a wild card this weekend. He's had some horrible, persistent injury problems, but a decent outing earlier this season. And he's there with the Spaniard Unai, who's been testing here as well, getting himself up to speed, and he's coming feeling really optimistic this weekend. So let's hope they can get those green machines moving nimbly through the curves of Mandalika.
Unai there, standing on the inside of Andy, and that was nearly contact between them. Andy still trying to find a way through. Wow,
Yeah,
a bit of friendly fire.
Indeed. Well, egging each other on, so that could bode well. Be good to see. They're beautiful, aren't they? They're so, I mean, the graphics, everything is perfect, and of course they've got that 254 cylinder whale. Is it a whale? It's a whale.
Yeah, it's a whale, definitely. And we have 3 of them to listen to this weekend, so that's just awesome.
Yeah, it certainly is. So, yeah, absolutely great to see those guys out here. These very early stages, five minutes or so in, we have Hiroki Ono, who has been billed this season as a replacement rider, but I'm just going to check, because I think he is, oh no, he's still billed as a replacement rider for Honda Racing Vietnam, sitting second in the championship, 29 points behind Kritapat Kamkum. So interesting situation here as we begin the second half of the 2026 season. What happens this weekend is going to be fascinating. Can Kritapat edge out his lead? Can Hiroki Ono get closer still?
Yeah, I think that's Hiroki's run. He's won 3 out of 4 in the past 4 races, and mind you, in the second race in Buriram, yeah, he was unlucky with the penalty as well. So, Hiroki, he doesn't stop to surprise us, and even at his age, it's just that experience and the rhythm he has, because he's not stopped racing at all. He's still quick in JGB3, he's still winning the title there.
Exactly. Yeah. He's absolutely, we've said it before, but an absolute monster as a racer in terms of his speed, racecraft, ruthlessness.
Yeah, that's definitely the word for him, ruthlessness.
Yeah. And as we've also said before, you couldn't talk to a nicer guy off the bike.
Indeed.
He really does care about what he's doing. He cares about the team around him. because he did join Honda Racing Vietnam as a mentor rider coach. And then one of his charges got injured at a race in Japan. And he stepped in and everything changed.
Yeah, it was unexpected because when we saw him at the paddock, in the paddock, of course, we were just expecting him, of course, as a mentor to do some great work. But the last thing we would have expected was for him to come in as a replacement rider and now being in contention for the title.
Yeah, serious contention. Like you said, let's see what happens this weekend. I mean, in 4 races, he's stretched out enough of a lead over the rider in 5th place in the standings to have earned himself a rev cut, an equalising rev cut of 200 RPM. Kritapat Kenkum is on 400. So those two very much thinking about the championship, I suspect. 76 is, oh, and there they are running together. Championship rivals, the 39, Kritapat for Honda Thailand Racing Team, and Hiroki Ono for Honda Racing Vietnam. It's a bit of a classic, young gun on a Yamaha versus a veteran on a Honda. Sounds like the beginnings of a good script for a battle for the rest of the season.
Oh, indeed. We've seen similar battles all throughout every big championship in racing, and I think this could be one of those scripts that will just have a beautiful tale to it. And yeah, what 2 athletes we do have: Kritapat, Hiroki Ono, top 2 contenders in the championship battle. Let's not forget Reza Danika's not far behind as well, and he's been good, but it's just been a masterclass from Hiroki Ono.
Yeah, and a blistering start to the season by Kritapat. But we often see that in AP250s. Rider makes a really good start and then the equalisation hits in and the advantage shrinks and then it all gets a bit tense.
It's a bit frustrating for riders. I mean, when you feel that you're pushing close to the limit and you want a little bit more, but then because of the equalizer you can't. It's tough on the mind, but it's fascinating to see.
Yeah, Kritapat just chopped Hiroki Ono out of the way then. Don't think Hiroki would have allowed that to have happened in the race somehow. But 2 Kawasaki's of Unite and Andy Fadley in 3rd and 4th currently. Lap time, so Hiroki at the top, 1:46. Kritapat's half a second behind him. And then 0.6 further back-ish is Unite and Andy. Daniel Shami running with Kritapat there. Fadil Masyavi, he was quickest in FP1 this morning. He's 1.3 seconds off. His best time this morning was a 1:46.9. Chandra is also quick, but further back down the order in this one, 2 seconds off. But inevitably, the camera's swiveling as though magnetized towards the number 39 Thai Yamaha of Kritapat Kenkum, being shadowed there by Daniel Shami, who went well here last year and been disappointing so far this year.
Yeah, they tested some new things over the weekend, and it's been a step-by-step process. It was very positive watching them go around in MSBK, and I think we can expect some decent results coming up for the end of the season for Daniel Shami.
Yeah, not much difference in lap times between the first 2 sessions. One was early-ish in the morning, the second around midday. Lap times not obviously affected by track temperatures. Looking for track temperatures now. Yeah, track temperatures now down 151, and that's Unai Pascual off, not looking very happy with life as he trudges off. He has shown good turn of speed here, and that's Galang Hendra, the Indonesian veteran that he went off with. Perhaps we'll have another look at what happened exactly there. But the young Spaniard, Unai, looking frustrated, to say the least. Back on track, back with Kritapat. Kritapat now second quickest, half a second behind. The rider threatening his championship lead, Hiroki Ono for Honda Racing Vietnam. Daniel Sharmy third quickest, 3/10 back from Kritapat. Unai's next best, but of course he's off the circuit at the moment. Gofin Ardiansha in as a wild card this weekend, as opposed to a replacement rider as he was last time for Astra Honda, so that's really good to see. Also really good to see him as the quickest of the Astra Honda riders here. Currently fifth. Oh, and down goes Hiroki Ono. So all not going quite as smoothly as the Japanese veteran would have hoped. But he's unhurt. He's going to get back on. Let's just see what happened. Oh, he gets... Yeah, just loses the front and down he goes. Bike knocked around quite badly there, so with 15 minutes remaining on the clock, unlikely to see Hiroki Ono again. But he has banked a 146.0. I'm right in saying is the quickest time of the day. That'll be enough for him. He'll come back and fight again in qualifying tomorrow morning. Tomorrow morning these bikes have a one session straightforward battle for grid positions over 30 minutes, so no split qualifying. 31 there is Gary Salim, putting Unai's bike there in the foreground. Okay, he's running with Rekat Yusuf, who's been going really well as a wild card for Yamaha LFN 969. Literally anybody they put on their bikes, they seem to have an almost unlimited supply of brilliant young riders. LFN. 31 is Gary Salim, 18 is Hu Tri, the 18-year-old Vietnamese rider. It's getting crowded there. One of the Hondas decides to take a break. On the orange and yellow bike, you could see there, that was Pirapong Louis Bumpeng. First time we've seen him in AP 250s this year. We were used to seeing him in Underbones for a good few seasons for Team One for All. Still with the same team, but a new category for the Thai rider. 1, 2, 3. A very familiar number of Reza Danica, currently third in the standings. Currently ninth on the timing screen in FP3. Just having a little run there with Jazil Jarami. Jazil on the number 68 Yamaha. That is Daniel Sharmi, another promising young rider, the young Malaysian. Really think he's capable of good things. He went really well last season here. Unai still fourth, but at the top, still Hiroki Ono, then Kridapat, then Daniel Sharmi, the now absent Unai Kalatayud, and then Irfan Ardiansha. Andy Fadley, 1.2 seconds back from the best time of Hiroki Ono. Then it's Fadil Agbasani and Ray Cat, and then Reza Danica. Galang Hendra, who crashed there with Unai, currently sitting 10th. Now 11th. As he gets shuffled down the order in his absence. Number 11 there is Gao Chang for Victor Racing, Chinese rider. And still out there. Kawasaki, I think, is the one of Shenzhen Zhang. Oh no, I beg your pardon. It's Andy Fadley, the number 108. '68 is Jazil. Running slightly older machinery, Jazil Jarami. Gary Salim on the MS Glow for Men, number 31. Definitely one of the best looking bikes in this category. Gary currently down in 12th, but looking for big things this weekend. There is Reza Danica, another two-time champion in AP 250s. Went up and had an adventure for a couple of seasons in Supersport 600s. Come back down again. And still finding there's plenty of competition. A lot of riders come in every season and go out every season in this category, so it keeps it really vibrant, really exciting. And so at the moment we've got Hiroki Ono, who is in his early 30s at the top. And behind him on the timing screens is the young gun for Yamaha Thailand, Kridapat Kong, 20 years old. Daniel Sharmi, who is still a teenager. Reza Danica, again one of the more veteran riders. Andy Fadley, also having been in this category, and we've seen him in 600s. Good to see him back again, and good to see him recovering from an arm injury that kept him sidelined for way too long. Rish Takahira for TY, the Chinese team. Surprised to see Reach quite so far back, 1.3 seconds down in P10. Fadil Masyavi, number 571, he's 11th. Then it's Raycat. Raycat number 43. Raycat partnering Yamaha LFN 969s, Fahmi Bassam this weekend. And then on the official Yamaha Indonesia team, .571. That is Fadil, 88. Just in front of him is Chandra Hermawan. Chandra looking threatening all season too. Currently fourth in the standings with 62 points. That's 40 behind Pritapat at the top. That's Chandra, 88. Now they're going into turn 16 and beg your pardon, they weren't in turn 16 at all. They're out on the circuit, coming into turn 13 now. Tiranai Tubtim, we saw him podium as a wild card earlier this season. He's racing for ACR Yamaha, teammate to Jazil Jarami this weekend. But as I said earlier about Jazil's bike, not the latest machinery, so Tiranai down currently in 13th, 1.4 seconds adrift. That is Mashavi. Another of a long line of young talented riders brought through the system by Yamaha Racing Indonesia. Gao Jiang having a decent outing in 14th, 1.5 seconds off the best time for Hiroki which still stands at the top, still stands half a second clear of Pritapat Cancun, the rider he's chasing in the championship. Ono out of this session after that crash. That did beat the bike up a bit, although Hiroki was fine. Reza Danica moves up to within a second of Hiroki Ono's time. I mentioned too for the number 12 for Honda Thailand Racing Team. That's Chitwell Chat. We haven't seen him in every round, but when we do see him, he's really quick. One DNF and 1-0 score this season, but best result was at his home circuit in round 2. He scored a third in race 1 and a second in race 2. 13 years old. There he is, number 12. Injurup, Chitwell Chat. A lot of these bikes running quite closely together now. On board the SDG Hart Pro these days is Aiki Yoshi, number 37. Got used to seeing that number on a green bike, but the switch to SDG Hart Pro this season. suspect also waiting for some parts to make that SDG Honda go a little bit quicker. 36 going through. There is Tiranai Tub Tim. That's in the ACR colours. They're running Yamahas, but they run red and white, which can fool people into thinking that they're on Hondas. Chandra Hermawan comes up to threaten Hiroki Ono. Just .332 behind the Japanese, who is sitting it out in the pits. Just over 1.5 minutes remaining. So this session coming nicely to a simmer. So the current order: Hiroki Ono, Chandra Hermawan, Kritapat Kankum, Fadil Musyavi, Fahmi Bassam, Daniel Sharmi, Reza Danica, Raykat, Andy Mohamed Fadli and Unai make up the top 10, and those two bookends, Unai, bookends of the top 10, Unai and Hiroki Ono, not on track now after their crashes. There's Daniel Sharmi, number 57. Slight improvement from Kritapat, but he's still third. And again, just as a reminder, they're running a rev cut. After it looked as though Kritapat was going to run away with the championship this year, he got two 200 RPM rev cuts, and he now has to face Hiroki Ono chasing him down in the championship. So no room for error in the Yamaha Thailand pit. FIFM ran the number 50, surprised to see him down in 27th. Checkered flag is out now. That's Panjaru at number 12, 37. Is Aiki Yoshi on the SDG Pro Honda, and it's advantage Aiki Yoshi. Did a lot of good work to get the Kawasaki's set up last year. The Kawasaki's being much heavier, about 20 kilograms heavier than the Hondas or the Yamahas. So that means that Hiroki Ono has been at the top of the timing screen for half this session. He was on top 20 minutes ago. Now the checkered flag is out, so the time is done. And he's still at the top. Kritapat on that last lap, close to within 75 hundredths of a second. So really good work from the young Thai championship leader, Chandra Hermawan. 3/10 down on Kritapat. So remarkable time for Kritapat Kankum for Yamaha Thailand, given that he has had two equalizing rev cuts. Looking through the window, I can see some of the A-Racer personnel looking out. A-Racer are responsible for regulating, balancing the power between these different configurations, the R3, CBR, and the Kawasaki that we see in this championship. Flag still fluttering quite stiffly in the wind. So 1:45.998, best time of the day. for the championship leader. Kritispak Kankam for Yamaha Thailand Racing Team. Then Hiroki Ono, who sat out the second half of that session, only just lost the lead on the timing screens at the end, 146.031. Then it was Chandra Hermawan. He came good late in the session. Reza Danica improved steadily. He was fourth quickest, jumping to ninth. Rekat Yusuf Fadilla, the wild card in for Yamaha, an HP 969. Then it was Gary Salim on the MS Gloverman Racing Team Honda, 147.1. Then it was Andy Fadley, Kunai Kayud for Pro Power and Taro's MT Kawasaki. They were 11th and 12th. Then it was Astra Honda's wildcard, Irfan Ardiansha, down in 13th. We might expect more from him. Pirapong Luban Peng for Team One for All. That Yamaha was 14th. And the Gao Chang, decent session for the Team One for All rider. He was 16th quickest, just ahead of Tiranai Tub Tim. He's coming as a wildcard for Team ACR. Kaling Hendra crashed with Unai earlier in that session. He was 18th, 19th. Aiki Yoshi for SDG. Then it was Nguyen Hu Tri for UZ Asia Team. Tayo Sato in for the Servo Hypersport Team. Andrew Chip World Chat 23rd. Jazil Jarami 24th. Idil Fitri Mahadi 25th. Bade Ayatollah for Astra Honda was 26th, then 27th, Fifan Ran, Raiku Hasegawa on the Servo Hypersport Indian Honda, 28th, Aldiaz Axel Ismail, 149, and then Chen Zhang, 149.2 for the Chinese rider, and 149.5 was the time recorded by the 31st rider who completed the field, Carlson Jacob Solis, also for SDG Half Pro. So, we're getting through the schedule now. We still have 2 more sessions to go in the shape of the Supersport 600s. They will be up next in about 6 minutes from now, and the day will be finished as the sun goes down with the ASB 1000. So stay with us here at Pertamina Mandalika International Circuit. We are here for round 4 of the LFN FIM Asia Road Racing Championship. Welcome back, and for the third and final time of the day, we have Supersport 600 practice honours at the moment. With 1:37.4 lap time is Anupam Samoon, currently third in the championship. Had some decent results, but no wins yet this season for the Thai rider. There is a wild card, and you can see just how long his levers are sitting on that MS Glow for Men Honda. We're used to seeing Felix Putra on a Yamaha, but quite an interesting move this into for this weekend, replacing Dimas Eki, who's at Silverstone this weekend, doing a bit of baggers racing.
It's a whole different beast altogether, that one.
just a little bit,
Yeah.
600 to a bagger, yeah.
Yeah, it's great to see Felix coming in. He's a rider with World Championship experience in World Supersports, and now he's back here. We had him in the past as well, Felix. Very popular rider from these parts.
Underbones, yeah.
That's right.
Was he shorter? Was that before he was fully grown? Because I stood next to him earlier today, and I'm 178 centimeters. He was a lot more than that. He was at least 182, at least.
Yeah, I think puberty hit right after we saw him the last time. Yeah, he's a young boy, Felix, and big potential. It's always great to see him back in, and it'll be an interesting weekend for him. He's had a bit of time now, 2 sessions to get used to the bike and get used to his class. It's a lot more weight. But I think, similar to Herjan, it's a size and weight of bike that will suit him quite well.
Yeah.
There's another one that needs no introduction, Arai Agaska.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, great to see him back in as well. News broke not that long ago that he was going to come in. Too much excitement.
So great to have Arai. I mean, he's done amazing stuff in the World R3 Blue Crew Cup, as well as in the World Supersports. Another rider from Indonesia, making a name for himself globally, and yeah, another one like Felix.
Alright, isn't he from Lombok?
Yes, he's
From
a local.
Mataram, yeah.
Yep, that's right.
Yeah.
So he's a wildcard at his very much home race, literally his home race.
Yeah, you wouldn't expect on the island of Lombok to have a local rider, because there was. How old is he now, Arai Agaska? Is he still in his teens?
Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, Arai is about 17 or 18 now.
Yeah. So Mandalika wasn't around when he was a boy. So that didn't give him any advantage to come in as make a career in motorcycle racing. Not at all. It's just a coincidence that they happened to build this amazing international racetrack on the island of Lombok. And to be fair, it is beautifully incongruous, isn't it? The rest of the island is just so gorgeously tropical and underdeveloped. A little bit hip in places like the local town Kuta.
Sorry.
But yeah, there he is, the local guy. I'm sure he bit the hand off whoever organised that ride for him.
Yeah, both him and Felix competing with Niti Racing Yamaha.
Yeah, it was just interesting that Felix ended up on a Honda.
Yeah, it is a surprise, but we do know they have a good relationship over here in Indonesia. A lot of teams sharing the riders and always welcoming each other's talents.
Yeah, Irfan Ardiansha, another one in 250s, coming back in as a wild card for his old team, Astra Honda. I think last time out he was a replacement rider, but let's stay for now with the 600s. The bike's on track.
As in front of Helmi Osman setting the pace. 38.436, much better from Helmi. He's been busy last weekend as well, him and Kip. They rode in the Nation Superbike Championship. Indonesian riders have been busy as well. They've had the Mandalika Racing Series
Yeah,
couple
last
weeks
weekend.
back.
Yeah, was it last weekend or the weekend before? It's very recent,
Yeah,
anyway.
it was very recent. So many championships going on side by side. It's easy to get mixed up. That's Kasma. Yeah, he was riding a different beast last weekend. He was on a R1.
Yeah, yeah. So our championship leader.
Through the first sector, Kasma set the fastest first sector of the session. And so Wahyu Nugroho goes top. Wahyu's had a good morning as well. He's found the pace again, and it's good to see that from Wahyu.
Yeah, on the podium with a P2 in race 1 last year. Groho looking, he still hasn't had a win in this category, has he? So looking for that particular breakthrough.
I thought Wahyu had a win last season. Like Ferozi had a win in Mandalika. I think Wahyu did it in Motegi. I think back. It's weird because last year was a good season in parts for Wahyu, and then there was a little bit where just went a bit of drift. Oh, Cosmo caught in traffic.
Yeah. And it's probably better just to let the traffic slow you down on one lap rather than go offline and perhaps get into some of the stuff that's blown in off the beach, which is just a few hundred meters away from here. So in the Hongyong Yamaha pit. What a good looking bunch they are. Tanat Long Pliao, he's taken a step up this season in my opinion, Tanat.
Yeah.
Whereas we saw flashes of brilliance last year, but he seems much more accomplished, much kind of grown into his talent a little bit more this season, I think.
Yeah, I think we knew that he had the speed. He had that raw speed with him, and Kasma there, alternative line with Kalpas. Yeah, again, Tanat, he's always had that extra bit of something to him, and it was just too much inconsistency when he made the step up, and I think this year he's finally found it a bit. He's done a lot of good work in the Malaysian Superbike Championship as well. He was clocking in times in the 209s and low 210s effortlessly there, so it's no surprise that at almost every track we see him competing for the top spots.
Yeah, absolutely, and sadly missing Arby this weekend with injury. So, Arby, we wish you a speedy recovery and a return. Another rider that was really finding his form in this series, in this category rather. This is Iqmal for Victor Racing.
Yeah, I'm still trying to find the setup for this bike. It's just been a struggle to find that suspension setup for Izam. Yeah, speaking of RB, I mean, for those who are on Instagram, do check out RB's page because he posts some epic training videos.
Yeah, such a good quality rider. Took the AP 250 championship last year. Against all the disadvantages of rev cuts, he was just a class above, really.
He was a beast. I still can't forget that the second race in Sepang where it looked like he was struggling to get away from the group, and suddenly in the last couple of laps he puts it on, and post-race interview he says that everyone thought that was it, but I knew I had a bit more. Unbelievable.
Yeah. Yeah, Kritapak Kamkum, who finished second last year and of course is leading the championship this year, commented that he learned a lot from racing with RB last year.
Yeah, I'd imagine both of them really good quality riders, and yeah, RB just showing their class last season. He had the timings a few minutes ago until Anupap, Tanat and Wahyu came through with their fastest laps. Wahyu on another very good lap.
Yeah. Why are you on top? Tanat Anupab, who topped the previous session.
Why he's gone 2/10 quicker on that lap. Why he was really on good form. 37.4 that time.
Okay.
An error there as he tried to push on and
yeah.
just making sure no one's coming up behind him.
Yeah, that was well done. Bit of maturity there, I think, showing.
Brilliant, Wayu. Here's another one. Tasma. Championship battle for the 600s is really tight this year. It's going to take a big mistake to shake things up, or a real surprising performance, perhaps from one of the wildcards.
It could indeed be. Yeah, especially the quality of the wildcards we've got here this weekend. It'd be good to see, I mean, he's 2.4 seconds down now, but it'd be good to see Felix do something on that MS Glow for Men Honda.
Yeah, I think Felix is slowly improving step by step, and that's what he needs to do. Slowly just get used to the bike, get used to the 600 around here. Of course, running Dunlops as well, so that's going to be a different change for Felix. I think in that regard, he's done decently well. 2.4 off, free practice 3. So 15 minutes to go, and another chance tomorrow in qualifying to find another step forward.
Yeah, Ferozi, I like the way they've done the numbers on those Yamaha Racing Indonesia.
That looks awesome.
Yeah.
Ferozi struggling a bit for pace in this free practice session. Similar to what we saw last season as well, but he came through well in the race. And in the Mandalika series in the 600 class last year especially, he was going well as well. Insa Araigaska Dibani Laksana. I do miss saying that name.
Yes, yeah. Yeah, he really knows how to ride these 600s now, that's for sure. 1.2 seconds off Wayu's best time, and that is the best time of the day. He qualified on pole last year.
Right there, he looks really home on this bike. He's done a few sessions even in the past, if I remember correctly, in MRS as well, on the 600, and it's looking more and more home every time.
Yeah, race 1 last year, Wayu and Ferozi were on the podium.
Yeah,
second and third.
That's an emotional one from Ferozi.
Yeah, it was the contrast between the unbridled joy of Wayu Nugroho and the kind of gritty yes from Ferozi. God love both those personalities. They're so different, but really admire both of them. Alright, Gasca, 38.
Alright, just looks comfortable. Now I think he's just going to come back into pit lane, but every time we see him, he just looks so comfortable on that Sprint Sports bike. He's made some great progress over the years, and yeah, so happy seeing that for one of the riders that's come up through our championship. That's what that has a look. I think if we just said race Wahyu's time, Kasman wouldn't be too stressed out, but Wahyu's time of a 37.4 is just brilliant.
Yeah, 6.5 tenths that Kazma needs to find. I think that was the calculation. And he's just a couple of hundredths slower than Tanat, who's P2. His top positions haven't changed for a while.
I think the last switch was just when Helmi was momentarily on top, and then the other four came through. It's just being stuck there for a bit. Here, Junior. Also looking for some more consistently good results. He's done decently. Decent finish in Motegi as well.
Yeah, that is Tanat, number 31, going through the final turn there. This is a great shot. I'm glad we got this camera back this afternoon.
Interesting last turn this at the Mandalika circuit, running into turn 1. You go a little uphill right down to the finish line, and then it starts going slightly downhill. It's not that obvious on camera, but if you're walking around, you really do feel it.
Yeah, looking forward to the. I've walked around here a few times. Gonna run round later. Yeah, see how different that is. The sea breeze. But plenty of action to go. We've got another 11 minutes here, and then we've got the final ASB 1000 session of the day to follow. Helmi, the best of the Idemitsu Honda Racing Malaysia machines.
Yeah, it's a good step forward for Helmi this time. Been a big struggle for Helmi this season with the unfortunate injury. Oh, that's really made a mess of that one. Yeah, it's been unfortunate for Helmi. I mean, the injury of this crew chief has really put him in a tough spot to try and find the setup that he used to find easily with him. And I think he's finally getting it together.
Yeah, and in fact, Helmi in 5th is only 200ths away from Kazma in 3rd, so it is very tight.
Yeah, apart from Wahyu, it's close at the top. And Tana as well improving on the previous lap there to bring himself within half a second of Wahyu. I imagine Wahyu's going to have another run at it. Just under 10 minutes left. He's sitting in pit lane for a bit.
Yeah, so body language, talking about left turns for sure.
It's always fun to try and decode what the riders are trying to say.
There is Hergen.
Arai and Wahyu coming out.
Oh, so that's interesting. Bit of collaboration. Good to see how this comes out.
Yeah, maybe Wahyu's probably satisfied with what he's done. And I think maybe just
he's
help Arai.
Yeah, he's 1.2 seconds up on, or down, on, whichever way you want to look at it, on Arai.
Yeah, I think it would be a good thing as a sort of a team player to help the other Indonesian Yamaha try and find that little bit of extra pace. Hergen now still going at it. Hergen on that lap of 38.7, so
yeah,
not threatening.
Race 2 winner last year.
Yes, Felix Putra. Felix at the number 306.
Yeah, usually runs with 27, I think.
36 now, Felix is number, let me check. I think that's the number he uses.
Is it?
And that's, well, that's occupied by Ferozi.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, that would be why.
Yeah, in the World Championship he was using 27, you're right.
Right. Anyway, 306 is nice and easy to pick out.
Yeah.
Plus the fact that he's riding that beautifully turned out bike, and because he's so tall. Great levers.
Yeah. Yeah, I think he was happy that he's gotten this opportunity now to show what he can do.
Yeah. And talking about, you know, the physical differences between riders, most motorcycle races are quite small.
Yes.
Aren't they? But when you have tall ones, like this one, and seeing him on a track like this that flows, I just wonder if those long levers might help him.
Yeah, I think it probably allows him to manhandle the bike a bit more. It does make drag a bit of an issue. Oof,
Yeah.
big wobble there for Felix. And you can see with his form factor, trying to tuck behind the fairing of the CBR. It's not an easy job. Yeah, I think
No,
one
exactly.
wobble too many there. Oh, but the bike looks so good, especially with this sun that's starting to set.
Yes, yeah, it's just beautiful here. The light on this island. I mean, really, really, if you're anywhere near within striking distance, I'm including China and Japan in that,
Yeah.
or Taiwan, then yeah, do come over.
Indeed, it's not that far of a flight, and it's worth it. Every penny. That's why you and Arai going at it. Arai improving through sector 1. So let's see if this little bit of a mentorship program has worked. For the first flying lap across the line, Arai 138.672. So almost identical to his previous best. I'll have another crack at it. A couple more actually, I think. 5 minutes left.
Yeah, plenty of time, so this could be a useful end of the day, end of session stint for these two. For Arai, because I do want to see him fighting at the front.
I mean, what a fighter he is. I think you can put him down as one of the potential surprises this weekend. And whenever we come to Mandalika, he's always brought in something special.
Yeah, tomorrow morning is qualifying, as regular viewers will know. So see what he does then, and he will be sure to give it everything in the race.
And this lap, Arai not improving through sectors 1 and 2.
Yeah, he knows the circuit, so it's probably just getting the bike into the right setup. But he will have learned a lot. That will be in a 3 30-minute sessions.
Oh, it's got really hot there.
Yeah.
Just couldn't get the bike turn, and well, he won't know that. He's gone on.
Yeah, he doesn't want to spoil his rhythm and his race pace. You just see quite well the camber there.
why you was wondering why is there no sound behind me?
Yeah.
Went super wide, took a look behind and thought, okay, I'll continue.
Okay. Yeah, as the song goes, it's all gone quiet over there.
Yeah, it's been a bit quiet lap time wise for the past 5 minutes, 7 minutes or so.
Yeah.
No one's really found any improvements. We've seen an improvement a sector or two here and there, but nothing really contesting the top lap times.
Less than 3/10 from P2 to P6.
So but then it's just the pocket of riders again between P7 to P9. They're so tightly matched. 1.225, 1.229, 1.28.
Yeah.
And we got Carl Pez and Gitsada and Felix. Cosma and Carl having a go at this tandem work. It's not really working lap time wise for Carl.
Yeah, qualifying last year, Mayu Nugroho's pole position was a 137.345, the qualifying rear, so 137.4 is a very decent time.
Yeah, I think the air temperature in Lombok compared to the last times that we've come here, it's much cooler. I mean, it's still warm, but the breeze is so cooling that it feels comfortable. And yeah, the track temps do spike up.
46 now.
Yeah.
It was 59
at one point
at the start of the afternoon. Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, the track temps do start boiling up because of the intensity of the sun, but under the shade, the weather's great, and I think that's helping the lap times a bit. The wind is helping the tires not overheat so quickly. At the same time, it's cooling the bikes down efficiently. They should have some good lap times coming in for qualifying.
Yeah, Anupab, 0.673 off. That's 200 slower than Kazma, who's just ahead of him. And 100th quicker than Helmy, who's just behind him. Yeah, nice.
It was such a good lap, Anupam. That sector 1 and 2. Then Kitsada and Tada just in the way. It's still going to be a decent one, 137.8, so he goes second now, but that could have been a lot quicker.
Yeah. Yeah, that would have put him much closer to Wayad. He wouldn't have gone past him, but so some good late form from Anupab. This will be the last flying lap around for these three. Checkered flag coming out in a minute, hopefully. Ooh.
Oh, that's a big moment.
Yeah. Tanat right out of shape there.
Oh, and again.
Yeah, he's getting ragged now.
Absolutely on the limit is Tanat.
Yeah.
He's not slowing down either. He's just thought, okay,
Yeah.
when in doubt, gas it out. It's Anupam. I think Anupam's going to be a bit careful with how he makes his overtaking move.
Yeah. Red miss there from Tanat. He's not giving up anything. Elbow down for the young Thai.
Pop trying to squeeze his way through, but Tanat is quick through these flowy bits. This has helped Kitsada actually.
Yeah.
Kitsada's
gone well here as well, hasn't he? Let me refresh my memory. I think it was in qualifying. Qualifying? No, maybe I'm just remembering wrong.
Here's a replay
P4
of
in race 1.
Oh my word, that was a mega
Look
slide,
at the slide,
from Tanat.
yeah.
The way Tanat managed to hold that first slide was unbelievable.
So they made it fun, but they didn't really help their lap times with that performance in the last lap. But thank you guys for that. That was fun.
Great entertainment at the very least. Okay, checker flag out. Only one more session to go after this.
Yeah, and the light is just lovely now.
Amazing. And a nice shot of a title for this run as well, the LFN FIM Asia Road Racing Championship.
Yeah, I've done so much in not that many years in the Asia Road Racing Championship, but really making their presence felt, bringing some brilliant riders, getting great results, championships. Yeah, great organisation. And so, yeah, I was really pleased to see them as the title sponsor this time. So this is the LFN FIM Asia Road Racing Championship, and we're about to see the results for that final session of the day. I think by 2,000ths it was Wayne Agroho, quickest of the day, and I think that was 2,000ths quicker than his best time of the day. Yeah, 137.438 for the young Indonesian, Wayne Agroho. Anupab Samoon came good late in that session, but did get held up. It could have been better, 137.8. And then we've got some really tight times here. Tanat, 137.9. And then just running down, let's jump to the next page anyway, in the mountains in the background. Blue Mountains, let's take a look. So Fourth was Kazma Daniel, fifth Helmi Asman, and then it was Herjan Atna. Then Ferozi Torakatula was seventh with best time 138.633. Arai Gaska was eighth. And then it was Kyle Idampawi. Kitsadar Tanachot. There we go. Just seeing the results up again there. Just 137.8 in P2 down to 138.6. So 0.8 of a second covering those 7 riders. Arai Gaska, another 0.4 away at the front. 137.4, so good for him. Will he bag another pole position tomorrow in qualifying? We will wait and see. Karen Lidampawi for Mitsu Honda Racing Malaysia. He was 9th. Kitsadar was 10th. Then McKinley Carl Paz, 139 for the Filipino rider. Felix Putra Mulia for MS Glow for Men Racing Team, 12th. Then Isam Iqmal, Jiao Tianhao for Victor Racing Team. And as we mentioned earlier, Fadila Arbi Aditama is absent this weekend, unfortunately, as he recovers from injury. And once again, get well soon, Fadila Arbi. So as we just mentioned, we have one more session coming your way, and you won't want to miss this. It is for the ASB or 1000s, their third session of the day. Track temperatures are nice and cool, or in the ideal range, 46 degrees. Outside temperature 30 degrees, so good conditions as the sun starts to set here at Mandalika for the final session of the day. We'll be back in just a few minutes, so stay with us. We are here for the LFN FIM Asia Road Racing Championship. We are back at Pertamina Mandalika International Circuit, and this is the final session for Free Practice Friday for this fourth round of the LFN FIM Asia Road Racing Championship. And the rider on your screen, we haven't seen as much as we might have liked to have done today, or indeed this season. The Australian legend Anthony West back once again for MotoGo Yamaha. There he is, the number 13. Unmistakable in those Yamaha blue and yellow covers. Now, this is a circuit where we've been looking forward to seeing what the Yamahas can do this year, because they are disadvantaged at the real speed circuits. But here with the flowing curves of Mandalika, we hope that riders with the experience and expertise of Ant West are going to show a little better. But he completely missed session 1. Didn't do much in session 2, but he's just jumped up into P5 in these very early stages of this 40-minute session, just 4 minutes in. Kito Abe being the quickest so far. But we could see, with these cooler track temperatures, Daniel, we could see a couple of seconds coming off those early lap times.
Yeah, I'd imagine so. I mean, and the man on screen there, Hafiz, is definitely the prime suspect for that. Josh there, tailing Hafiz would be a good thing to do. Josh knows the V4R very well, but of course, different regulations here. So it's a bit of a different bike, different tires, and track that Hafiz would have a bit more mileage in now.
Yeah, hard front on the back of Hafiz's bike. Let's see if they're both running hard fronts.
75 from Hafiz that time, so that's a bit better. Expecting high 36 as the fastest times.
Yeah.
Yeah, front tire wear is a normal conversation here in Mandalika, just because of how brutal this track is, especially for the thousands. Carrying all that speed flowing through these sections.
Yes. Joe Francis just getting himself out of the way, the British rider. He hasn't had as much track time as he was hoping for this weekend after a crash in free practice 1, just 4 laps in.
Oh, Gito Abe, 36.2. 36.259 already.
Okay, so 5 minutes in.
Oh.
That second flying lap.
Yeah, he's just pushing on. That's a good one from Gito.
Yeah.
Actually, you might be looking at higher 35s again. Hafiz did do that in free practice 1 this morning. And the conditions being nearly perfect now.
Yeah, they are.
Hafiz improving through every sector, and so is Josh Waters. Here's Kito now. Through sector 1, Kito's improving again. It's a decent sector 1 for Kito.
Yeah, he's really hustling, isn't he?
He's got a bit of traffic in his way, so he's going to try and make his way around Azroy. It's not going to help this lap too much for Akito, and yeah, he's lost time there in sector 2.
Yeah, Azroy's had a pretty decent day.
Yeah, it's much better from Azroy.
It does tend to pale compared to what Hafiz has been doing. 6 wins from 6 starts this season for the Malaysian.
Akito there trying to wrestle his way around Azroy through that section. That's a difficult one. Might happen here. There we go.
There he goes, yeah.
Taking the tightest of lines that you can with 1,000 here.
Just took, yeah.
Oh, yeah, he's lost the position there. Just a bit too tight, but he's desperate to get clear track in front of him.
Yeah. So, as we said, Hafiz 6 from 6 so far this season. And for Kito, it's 5 P2s and 1 P3. So that's what you call keeping the leader honest.
Josh Waters is getting really comfortable. He's doing identical sector times to Hafiz, who's just set his personal best sector times. And again in sector 3, nearly identical to Hafiz. So Josh Waters on course for the 36, which he's been looking for today, and no surprise with the quality of the 2025 ASBK champion, he's not about to achieve it.
Yeah, and the experience. 39 years old now. That was his 2025 championship was his third in the competitive Australian Superbike Series. Chip Nakarin, he came good in the last session, and he's really pushing too.
Hafiz has just come across with a 36.531. Josh Waters with his personal best so far, 36.7.
Yeah, this is really good from Josh. Keep our eyes on Nakarin now, see what he can do. Adananta, the number 88, sole rider for Astra Honda in this category, and the sole Indonesian rider at his home round. Whoa! That's a Nakarin.
What's going on with Nakarin? This lap he's just done, and then the finish to it.
He's dancing. Look at that slide.
Yeah, he's trying to hold it and bring it back online, and the second he realized it wasn't happening, he's picked it up slightly.
Yeah, maybe counting to 10 on this lap and then going again would be a good idea for Nakarin Turapuvapat. Second in the 2025 championship. Struggling by comparison this year. Quite a long way down the order.
So far today, fastest time 35.9 by Hafiz. Quito has equaled his best of the day, 36.2. Josh Waters in FP2 managed a 37.1. This time round he's done 36.7, so good steps forward.
Yeah, it's good, and it's kind of what we expected from a rider of Josh Brooks's quality. Yes, he's used to Ducatis, but the technical spec is different, and crucially, the tyres are different. Zakwan Zaidi, he's had a respectable day too. Currently second, 10th off Quito's time. .600's quicker so far than Hafiz.
Lachlan having good go at it in free practice 3. It's on P5, just 3/10 and a bit below Quito Abe.
Yeah, the times are tight. Half a second covering 1 to 7.
Zakwan there made a bit of an error, and just realized that Kazuki Watanabe's right behind him, so apology to Kazuki from Zakwan.
Yeah. Yeah, we were speculating earlier on about the possibilities for the Aprilia in the hands of the experienced Japanese rider, the 35-year-old Kazuki Watanabe. That is, while we're doing ages, now 31-year-old on the number 21, Zakwan Zaidi.
Yeah, it looks like Joe Francis has run into trouble again with the bike. We saw him out for a second there when Hafiz and Josh were coming past, but he hasn't set in a lap time yet. I think I just heard the R1 pull in. Very distinct noise of the clutch change. Just having a bit of traffic in his way. Trying to make a clean pass around.
Chanting wrong. Chen Chin-rong's been doing some good work in the paddock, actually. We've often referred to the fact that he's a chiropractor. Well, one of the personalities in the paddock that will be familiar to a lot of viewers is that Dunlop's Sal Khan, and Sal's got a back injury, and he told me that Dr. Mike took a look at him and he said, "Does it hurt when you do this? Does it hurt when you do this?" And then he put his thumb just above one side of his pelvis, and it was fixed. Magic.
Proper specialist.
Not totally fixed, but Sal was struggling, and he ran into the right guys. So should get some decent tires this weekend anyway.
Well, we do need a fit Salkan for any ARC round. Without the boys in yellow fully fit, a bit difficult.
Yeah. Well, now he's got this prominent position. It's one of your regular interviewees on the grid, Daniel. He's not doing so much of the heavy lifting these days.
Yeah. Yeah, we do have a challenge for Salkan, which we will achieve before we conclude the season.
Oh yes.
I think we might plan for it in Sapanga Buriram. Sal, if you're listening, we have held you up on your word.
Yes. Yeah, challenge that came up in Motegi. A challenge coming up much rather sooner than that. It's going to be the lap record challenge.
Oh yes.
The Sport Max challenge. For the first time, I think, on the live TV cameras for Josh Waters.
He puts on his earplug. He's gonna get ready to head out in a bit. Looks like he's on a mission. I think he's happy with that step forward.
Yeah, he looks like he's having a solid day's work. There's that kind of air about him right now.
The way Josh is going, I think we can count him in for a very good couple of races this weekend.
Yeah. And he's raced with Hafiz before, as we were saying yesterday, privately, that they were teammates in the Suzuka 8 Hours in 2024 in Yukio Kageyama's team, running Ducatis.
The lap record around here, which you were mentioning before, Barry, was for the Tomorrow's Award. It's a 34.9, if I remember correctly, from Marcus.
Marcus Reiterberger, yeah.
It's a long way before we can see those times, but
yeah,
fastest 35.9 this morning from Hafiz.
Right.
Similar time for tomorrow's qualifying. It is possible. It is very much possible.
Was that the first time he came here in 23? I think it might be. Second time in 24, yeah. Yeah, anyway, it's a big target.
You'd have to think Hafiz just come across with the fastest lap, 36.1. It will be between Hafiz and Quito. Once again, I think they will be the two that will threaten that the most. But Josh, the good thing with Josh is that he's got two Dunlop rears to run with, as opposed to our previous one rear set.
That's right. Yeah.
So at least he'll have one run at it just to get used to the tire and a second proper run.
That almost fooled me then. I thought he had a dog sitting next to him in the...
Yeah, it's been bringing that around. Tanat as well has been showing off that dog.
Is that right? What's the significance? Do you know, Daniel?
I still have yet to ask. I remember I made it my mission to find out in Motegi, but I will find out this weekend.
These roughy tough racers carrying around toy dogs. I'm not sure what I think of that.
You know, they say that the most aggressive looking men are sometimes as big as softies.
Yeah, do you buy that?
There goes Quito Abe.
No, softy.
No.
Absolutely not.
I've not seen him with a plushie.
No. No, I would be amazed if that happened.
There he is now, Nakarin. After coming down after that, yachting a lap and a half for him.
Yeah, got it nicely settled down.
There's Josh now, riding on his own. I think that first run is really just for Josh to see what Hafiz is doing differently. Now he's slowly just trying to build up to a push lap. Then just checking around, just making sure that he's got clear ground around him. There he goes now. Let's see what Josh Waters can do. He's going to have Army coming up in front of him, so he's got to try and find some clear path around. Just looking comfortable.
Yeah, staying with the hard front as well.
Yeah, it's a much harder compound that they've brought in for Mandalika. Dunlop's been testing and just trying to find every way to deliver the best possible combination for the riders. Spotted Joe Francis there, who hasn't completed a lap yet. So at least he's on track again.
Yeah, that's an encouraging sign. Encouraging sign would be to see a little bit more of Ant West as well. So Josh is getting himself into the traffic now. There's Joe.
I'm sure they don't see Josh coming up right under him, but there he goes now. So this lap will be redundant for Josh. Here's another fast Aussie, Lachlan Epis.
Yeah, and the Swift Grow BMW.
Lovely striking colours on that Swift Grow.
Yeah. Swift Grow produces of fish-based, organic fish-based fertilizer.
Yep.
Fish poo, actually.
Fish poo, yes.
Yes, indeed.
For a technical term.
Yeah, yeah, exactly, yes.
Yeah, it's great to see Lachlan getting the support that his team needs, and yeah, it's a good rider to have. Love having Lachlan in the paddock, and yeah, we hope this grows the sport. Swift Grow busy as well in the Thai Championship with Declan Carberry.
Yes, indeed, yeah, yeah. It was good to see. He's leading the Chang International Circuit-based championship.
He is,
indeed.
yeah.
So that's fun.
Yeah, improving every round. His lap times are dropping, and I think we can expect Declan back in the paddock for the final round.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Let's keep our fingers crossed for that.
Yeah, Declan, if you're listening, we miss you, and we hope you're joining for a full season again next year.
Oh, yes, we do.
Here's Josh now. He's got clear track in front of him and behind him, so no disruptance to his flow and rhythm. You can see that it's pushing on through Sector 1. It's a good Sector 1 from Josh. It's a very good Sector 1. It's a very good Sector 2 as well. Oh, and he's lost it. It was going so well for him.
Yeah, you could just see he was pushing, but found the limit then. No harm done. Plenty of time left. 19 minutes left.
Yeah, I think they've made some tweaks, and I think Josh is not too happy with those tweaks, so he's going to come back in. He's got time because he was going quick. Sector 1 and 2 there. That would have definitely been a very low 37 for Josh. Oh, Kito Abe's gone off as well. Plenty of riders going off. Nakarin with the drama, Kito with the drama, Josh with the drama. And what you don't want to be is in that gravel trap, because this gravel trap here really sinks your front tire.
Yeah, they're beautiful, aren't they?
Great. It's the dream gravel trap for any track.
Luxuriant.
Yeah. Yeah, honestly, I think so far the best gravel traps I've been to. A bit of a nerdy topic we're talking about, but the best gravel traps, Buriram and Mandalika.
Yes, yeah. I'm just trying to think of the ones at Motegi. They're pretty good.
Yeah, we'll take it as well. Yeah.
No. So that's the next thing we need to do on our run round. We can do gravel trap angels.
Yeah, I don't think the track management is going to be too happy about us doing that, but we get away with it. There's Hafiz in the pit. And here's Kito Abe going as wild and as aggressive as always. And if this is your first time watching Kito Abe, no, that's no mistake. That's just how he rides.
Yeah, that's it.
That is his iconic hanging off style as he tips the bike in. So distinct, Kito Abe.
Yeah. compact, aggressive. The bike moving around under him all the time.
There he goes now, clear. Look at how the bike's moving. He
That
finds
is-
no issue with it.
Yeah, no, that's what you call wringing its neck, isn't
Yeah.
it?
Such a joy to watch Quito. Such a good battle for the championship as well last season. Good battle now as well. He's just powered the Ducati, the way it manages it, it's just been a bit much for Quito and the Honda. But look at Quito on this lap. He's going full aggression. He's gone quickest in Sector 1. That's the fastest Sector 1 Quito's clocked in today. So Quito on course for potentially a 36 dead or... Oh, look at that. Sliding it in, and Sector 2 quickest as well on the rumble strip. That's not where you usually want to be, but Quito's okay with that. Fastest first 2 sectors from Quito. So Quito's actually he's on course now for perhaps a 59. Sorry, a 35.9. Oh, Sector 3. Yeah, he's lost it at Sector 3, so let's see.
Yeah, but he's finding his way to a time. Still 16 minutes before the checkered flag.
At the very least, he's going to find a really low 36. And usually at this time, Quito's looking for race pace. And if he's finding this to be a manageable pace, it's looking good. He comes across. It's a 35.7.
There we go.
35.788. That is the fastest time of the day by 2/10. Unbelievable. Just when we thought that the Ducatis were going to run the show, look at Quito Abe.
Yeah, that's a really good one. And as we almost said, his pace is really good. It's a shame we've got a lot of time left in this session, 15 minutes. Hafiz has got 15 minutes left as well, of course.
And Rocco's got third fastest, a 36.3 from Rocco Sessler.
Yeah, brilliant. Brilliant from the young German.
Josh has done a good lap. Josh has done a very good lap. 36.492 for Josh Waters. Another big step forward for Josh. He's finding it easy to get into these.
Yeah, you can just see the progress he's making. You can see it in the lap times. You can see in his body language on the bike. And you could actually see it on his body language when he was sitting in the pit box before he came out for this stint.
He looks at home.
Yeah.
He looks comfortable. He's not finding any struggle at all. I think maybe this weekend his biggest challenge is just finding those little bit of extra time on the track and not really from the bike itself.
Yeah, he's clearly got used to the Dunlops, hasn't he?
Yeah. So Rocco says the last time around 36.342. This will definitely come out at some point. Give a bit of a tweak to his setup. But this is the best we've seen of Quito, I would say, in terms of just comparing him to the rest of the times.
Yeah.
Sepang was great, but again, he was always struggling to find a little bit of extra edge over Hafiz. This time round, he found 2/10.
And if you saw this round last year, there was some very entertaining rivalry going on between Hafiz and Quito Abe.
It's brilliant.
In pit lane, a lot of side-eye going on.
Yeah, there might be a lot of tension between them for those kind of... Josh has just set the fastest sector 4, sorry. Got distracted. But yeah, there's a lot of tension between them, but it was so entertaining for us. Hey, what? Josh has done 2 36.467 laps in a row.
Yeah, and there is Rocco on the 40 forged BMW. Now an official test rider for BMW Motorrad in Germany. Still at the tender age of 17.
More and more at home on this M1000. 36.5 that time for Rocco, so he's consistent in that mid 36. It's good to see from the young German. Still 17. Gotta keep reminding that he is 17 years old.
Yeah, and behind him he's got Zakwan Zaidi, 3 times ARRC champion. Nakarin, former GP rider and consistent championship contender at this level, and Josh Waters, Asroy, real quality behind him. 2 years ago he was in the TVS, at this circuit. Last year he was on Super Sport, and honestly he looks more at home on the 1000 than he did on the Super Sport.
100%. I mean, he wasn't far behind at all in Super Sports. He was really quite close to the top timings, but because the Super Sports are so much quality in the field and the bikes are so equal, it was hard for him to make his way through in his first rookie season. And yeah, he's hopped onto the thousands and he's looking better and better. He's found his rhythm.
Yeah, really a really good personality to have in the paddock as well. He's no shrinking violet. He's not in your face at all, but he's a very urbane, thoughtful young guy. Always enjoy conversations with Rocco. Go on, Daniel.
Sorry, my jaw dropped because I just realized that Keito's been lapping consistent 35s. I think Hafiz did one in free practice 1. Keito's just done three consistent 35s.
Yeah, he's actually in good company back in Germany, including the lap record holder here, Markus Reiterberger.
Keito Abe again. Three laps in the 135s, 35 7, 35 8, and a 35 9. That's been Keito's last 3 laps, and he's going quicker. He's going quicker in sector 1, Keito Abe. No one has had that pace today, and high 35s every single lap. This is special from Keito. He's fresh. He's fresh coming into Mandalika. They found something. He's found something special. So this is going to be a big round for them.
Such a strong team. Nakarin looking a lot more tidy now than he did earlier on.
Yeah, he's looking a bit more composed now, Nakarin. Also running that hard front medium rear. I think that's probably the recommendation by Dunlop.
Yeah, I mean the normal hard front, which was a new tyre this year, they were, nearly everybody was favouring.
Yeah.
But as you were saying, this is a special for Mandalika.
Just hear your Ducati being started up, so I'm suspecting that's Hafiz who's going to respond soon. Because Keito looks like he's about to complete his lap. And it's not a 35 this time, but it's a low 36 again. Keito Abe on unbelievable form. Next thing, it's always a question mark. Okay, he does one fast lap, but now he's found consistency with it. So, Nakarin a bit wild again into turn 1, but
this is a decent lap.
just keep it under control. 36.2 from Nakarin that time.
Yeah, he's got his iron now. Came good late in the second session, but that was the slowest one of the day.
And as the golden tint comes down on the Patamana Mandalika circuit, coming out again is Rocco, quick stop in pit lane. Hafiz shut-in comes out as well. And we've got pretty much everyone out on track except for Anthony West. A couple more riders. Most of the top teams are out.
Yeah, and West down in 10th, 1.4 off Keito's time.
He's done a good job.
Which actually isn't that bad.
Yeah. Excellent job from Anthony West, especially after missing most of the first session.
Yeah.
Back right there. Looks like a bit of issue for him. Anthony West, I think they will have found a lot from this session, which should put them in a decent position for qualifying. But here is the championship leader now, Hafiz. And Zafan Zaidi as well. So Keito has finished his his run. He's come back into pit lane, so I wonder whether that's the last we'll see of him in free practice 3.
Yeah, or will he just try something? He's got to be pleased with the race pace.
100%. Low 36s seem easy for him. He's managing higher 35s as well. We're not too far away from race time. It would be a bit hotter than it is now. It would be about an hour earlier.
Yeah.
I think Quito can be really confident going into tomorrow's qualifying and race 1.
Yeah, looking at race times for race 1 last year, 1:35.2. Yeah. There's Hafiz. Macarin 1:35.3. Zakwan 1:35.3 as well. So yeah, those are impressive pace.
Yeah, tricky thing with Mandalika, the conditions are between August and September, for example, it can be so different. Not that it drops by 10 degrees Celsius or anything, but it's just the intensity of the heat, the wind.
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah. It was 3 weeks later. But this is dry season, and the weather is just fantastic.
Brilliant.
So once again, if you can, come on over.
If you're in Bali, it's a short hop, the shortest of hops on a plane, just a couple hours on the ferry.
Yeah.
Get to enjoy some brilliant racing, great weather, and a wonderful island.
Yeah. Do it from Australia.
Oh yeah, it's only a few hours from Perth, I think. So it's 3 hours.
Yeah, yeah.
More or less. Yeah.
Yeah, something like that. And maybe 4.5 to Sydney, something like that. So yeah, that's easy.
Yeah. Still have time. Still have time. If you can't make Saturday, you can make Sunday. We have race 2 and the pit walk. It's great stuff. Here's Hafiz now. Well, last push in this free practice 3 session, and there he goes now.
Yeah.
Quick in sector 1.
Yeah, he's really going to put the hammer down now.
As a famous Lewis Hamilton would say, it's hammer time.
Yeah. I'm still old enough to think of the MC Hammer. So whenever you say hammer time, I see the little dance in the baggy pants.
I'm glad I grew up with my brother, so I understand that reference very well. Yeah, Hafiz is on a good one, as expected. But sector 2, that's sector 2 from Quito at 19.4. The fastest sector 2 prior to that was around 19.6, 19.7. So Quito is flying throughout the second sector, and it's where you expect the Honda to be really strong as well. When Quito was struggling earlier today was sector 1, and he's fixed that. He was stuck in the 27s, higher 26, and now he's done a 26.8 in the session. So he found the improvement where the Honda was lacking and the Ducatis were excelling. And he's done brilliant, and Hafiz has gone and done his personal best at 36.0.
Yeah, he looked really smooth on that lap.
He did. Maybe that's what they need to find as well, just to match Quito's pace today. It's just taming that Ducati a bit more so it flows through a bit more effortlessly. Because that sector 2 is where you want that flow. And that's where Quito's found it. There's a difference there. Sector 1, some good sector 1 from Hafiz. Quito is responding. He's just coming out now. So Hafiz sets the fastest sector 1 and Quito immediately heading out.
Yep, 3 minutes remaining. And yeah, these two riders treating it a little bit like a qualifying session.
Yeah.
Some pride here.
Yeah, it's a simulation almost for them. Yeah, it's Josh Waters. One decent. See what the sector 2 is looking like.
20.
It's not a bad,
No.
not a bad one from Josh right now.
Mm.
It's Hafiz who's on a good lap. We have some traffic in front of him though, so this is going to be tricky one for Hafiz. Okay, he's made it past one. Should complete this lap without any trouble. Comes on sector 4 now. It's going to be for Hafiz Shadra in 35.799. So very close to the top, 0.011 below Quito.
Yeah, another game of cat and mouse in Mandalika for Quito Abe and Hafiz Shirin. That is going to continue in qualifying tomorrow.
And Josh made a mistake somewhere at sector 3 there. He's lost a lot of time, so continues on now. Anthony West in front of him. Anthony West at 37.937 on the last lap. He sits in 10th currently. Nice Quito Abe. He's going past Anthony West there. Oh, Josh is down. Josh has gone down in front of Quito Abe there.
Yeah, he has.
Oh, that's that turn.
Right at the end of
forward.
right at the end of the day, right at the end of the session, with just over a minute, he was down. But he will have learned a lot today. His feet slipping in the gravel. Once again, emphasising the perfection of these Mandalika gravel traps.
Oh, unfortunate for Josh Waters, his first mistake today.
Yeah, but this has been a really good day for him.
100%. Jumping on a bike he's sort of familiar with. I say sort of because different regulations in a team that he's not so familiar with, and a championship that's all new to him.
And the tyres.
And the tyres, yeah.
Crucially, the tyres, really.
Yeah. He's done a fantastic job. And that's a replay.
Yeah.
I think this is a different crash. Oh no, it is the same crash, but it's a different angle.
Yeah.
Quito's right behind him, and he would have seen. He would have had a front row view of that. I think that's why sector 1 as well was a bit slower for Quito that time. So, Quito on that lap, a 36.0. So again, effortless in the low 36 for Quito.
Yeah, Rocco's day is done, but he's currently sitting 4th. I think he's going to stay there.
Yeah, it looks like it. Hafiz and Nakarin improving. Hafiz quick in sector 2, Nakarin quick in sector 3. Quito's taken a checkered flag already, so it's up to these two in second and third now. You can see guys, the Honda has just the edge in sector 2 and sector 3. It's in these tight bits where the Ducati really has just a better grip. A better exit as well. Shorter wheelbase, so they turn much easier. Oh, Nakarin's gone top. 35.751.
He did this in session 2. He's such a naughty boy.
Unbelievable.
Yeah. Yeah, he jumped from about P5 to P1 in the second session.
Yeah.
Just a very cheeky boy. So there you go. Nakarin, Quito Abe, Hafiz Shirin, Rocco Sessler, P4.
Oh, what a top 4 we have. 2 Hondas, a Ducati, and a BMW. Adelante, he's been relatively quiet in this session, but he's actually done pretty decent with that injury.
Yeah.
Can't imagine the pain he's fighting through.
He's a young lad, Daniel. He'll be okay. 22 years old. Professional superbike rider. I know it hurts a bit, but life doesn't get so much better than that. Well, there he is. Nakarin Atirapupapat for Honda Racing Thailand. Snatches the top spot and the fastest time of the day right at the end, 135.751. And then it was Quito Abe who had some fantastic pace throughout that session. And then it was Hafiz Shirin who came out late to mount an assault on Guabe Stein didn't quite make it. Then Rocco Sessler, really good pace for the 44 Asia Racing Team BMW. Zakwan Zaidi, solid day for the Malaysian. Josh Waters got better and better and better. Unfortunate crash just a minute from the final session of the day. And then Adinanta Putra recovering from collarbone injury, and then jumping down to Lachlan Epis for Swift Grow Racing Team. Another BMW rider, he was ninth. Then it was Anthony West, Kazuki Watanabe. Nothing separating those two. We've seen them battle before in ARC, and then it was Joe Francis, who's had very little track time today. And oh, you can see the winds up. Look at the surf. Spectacular. Everything here is spectacular. You can just see it when you fly in.
Yeah.
And then when you're this close, and we are just a few hundred meters from the beach here, it is really, really gorgeous.
Yeah, if you're coming down, get your surf trunks out. And also get your cap and an umbrella out, because you should join us for the action happening this weekend. It's going to be amazing, and what a location to be.
Absolutely. We're live with Underbones tomorrow morning at 8:10 local time. So do join us then. We'll be qualifying all the way through the morning, culminating in the Superbikes, where we have the Sportmax challenge for anybody who can break the lap record. And then in the afternoon we have race 1, when Daniel and I will be joined by the mighty Des Corkill. And we will leave you with these gorgeous shots of Mandalika and the surroundings. And see you tomorrow morning. Have a good night. And don't miss tomorrow, round 4 of the LFN FIM Asia Road Racing Championship.